All right. Thanks for bearing with me. I was just setting up that be right back screen. We can go back to our official starting soon screen. All right. Let's actually get things opened up here. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Today we are working on some more Steam controller input. Last time we were able to get the movement working, and at least on player one. We'll have to work on switching and all of that here in a little bit. But first, I want to get the buttons working so that we have a fully playable game. Got my coffee today, and I am standing since my feet aren't so sore. So we're going to give that a try. Um, so, yeah. Now, one of the issues we were having the last time was because of the. I got to adjust this microphone. Does this adjust anymore? I don't know if it does. I don't think it does. That's okay. Um, I hope the sound is good. But regardless, one of the issues we were having the last time was that the action names in my VDF file were not matching up with the action names for the actual code, so it wasn't calling the right actions. Now that we've got that fixed, it is working. So let me come over here and not sure why that happened. Bring this over here. Okay. And that's not what we want. Open real. There we go. All right. So we got our game actions, and the way I was doing this before was a little bit confusing, which is why we were having trouble. So now we've got the action move working for the joystick on the analog input. We also need to configure the buttons, and so the buttons will control a few different things. The idea is the buttons can control the D-pad, so the D-pad would be considered a button, which will be a fallback. But I haven't decided if the best way to do that is to just create the mapping. So that the D-pad by default is mapped to the joystick input. And I might actually give that a try first just to see if that works. I think I might actually do that right now. Let's close this. We'll get Steam open here. All right, there we go. All right, we got Steam open. We're gonna need to actually come back to Steam. We're gonna need to go to our settings and controller. And actually, we need to go to big picture mode again. How do you do that? Big picture mode. Here we go. Okay. Oh, pardon me. All right, manage. No, controller. View layout. Select back. Not sure why I'm getting this bright red error banner all of a sudden. Edit layout. Okay, let's just come over to the D-pad. And we can map this to movement. I still can't figure out how to change the title. I have not figured that out yet. Edit layout. Here. Yeah, hashtag title. Not really sure why it does that. That'll be something for maybe off stream to figure out. But it is weird. Okay. In any case, I've got it mapped, so let's see if that works. Let's load up the game. You can probably hear that, and I don't think I can. My speakers are not connected. There we go. Now I got sound. Okay. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it does. So the D-pad and both controller sticks now work. I don't know why I have this one mapped currently, because it's not really very convenient. So I might change that down the road. But yeah, this is working. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, it definitely works. I might have to refine the controls just a little bit to work better with the console, with the game controller. Because it feels a little more... I don't know. I guess it's all right. Just takes some getting used to. Ooh, that was a weird thing. You guys see that? Let's see. I guess that makes sense. Okay, cool. So this is looking good. Okay. Close that. Okay. So that's a nice, easy fix for that issue. We'll get out of this. Okay, so now we can go on to making the buttons work. So we're going to come back to our VDF file. We've got the buttons. Well, we'll leave these in here for now. I don't know that we're going to need them anymore, but I'll leave them just in case. And then we've got, actually, probably for the fallback, it'd be good to have them. So we've got 3 other buttons: player action, switch active player, and pause. And these should be now matching our Godot mappings. So let's come to our project settings. Let's take a look at the globals, or sorry, the input map. Switch active player, player action, and pause. Okay, so those all match exactly, which is what we need. And then move up, move down. So yeah, and I need to switch these menu up, menu down. menu right, menu select, menu cancel, and menu return to game. There we go. Okay, so we got all that working. And let's verify here. All right, perfect. Okay, so set menu, set game controls, that we need. Move is movement. Now we need to switch these. So this is where I get a little in the weeds because the documentation is kind of hard to follow for the VDF file. So I gotta find that. Steamworks. No, Steam, Godot Steam input actions. Okay. And VDF. There we go. VDF file. And designing your IGA in-game actions. So menu mouse. So for localization, action jump is jump. Okay. And action jump looks like I'm going to open up a fresh version of the unedited example file. But yeah, here it is. Button, jump, action jump. Okay, so button. So this hashtag here is what needs to actually, so I was incorrect. Move left. So I actually would need to change these to match menu. It's a little confusing as to why you do it this way and rather than have it over here, but that's the way it is. So menu, cancel. And I'm sure I'll understand the reason better eventually. All right. And I'm missing a hashtag here. Okay. So we've got that. We've got set menu, game controls, title, set game controls. Okay. So far we're looking good. And then we need so when we come up to switch players, this should be action switch player, action. Man, my naming conventions leave a lot to be desired here. Okay. And then we've got action pause. Action pause. Okay, so those all match. I need to stick with a consistent naming schema. So I'm actually just going to change this. Switch player. We're going to do, I'm just going to keep everything all lowercase so I don't get confused. Action. Until I understand it better, I think this is our best bet. Okay. So then we need to do just pause. We need to do move left, move right. Those are all good. We need to do switch player. We need to do switch player action, and then pause is pause menu. Get all these. Okay. So we've got switch player, player action, and pause. We've got switch player, player action, and pause. We already got move, set controls, and game controls. Everything else is lowercase, so we should be all set there. Let me save this. Okay, and then we're going to come back to get controllers, get action button. So we're looking for our is action pressed. Is action just pressed? So these are the two we're going to need the most, probably. And really mostly this one, the is it just pressed? So input is action just pressed. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to go into our code where we're currently looking for these inputs, and we're going to want to replace wherever we have input dot is action pressed, we want to instead give input is action just pressed. And to do that, we're going to just go like this, input. Okay. Is action just pressed? Maybe I didn't use it. I might have had to do it differently because of the state machine. So hold on. Input. Where is my player code? That's really where it would be anyway. Okay, let's see. Unhandled input, maybe. Unhandled input is action pressed. Yeah, that's what we need to look for. So for this one, instead of event.isActionPressed, we would want to do event local variable event. So this is a signal. Okay, let's see what unhandled input. So this is going to be a little bit tricky because we got to figure out how to integrate the unhandled input with the Godot Steam input API. So let's come back over here. We're going to go to our what documentation we actually do have. Okay, so getting the action state. So like the other one, we're going to have to redo some of this. Rather than passing it with the, yeah, okay. So instead of doing it here, we need to do it with, let's see, current player, change state. Okay, like before we were doing it with update direction. So where is update direction? Okay, right here. So we're calling this essentially every frame because it's process. Okay. And what we need to do, I think we're going to need to make another function just to make this nice and readable. So we're going to do, instead of update direction, we're going to do update direction. We'll do check for buttons. And yes, I know we don't have one yet, so we're going to come here right under this, and we're going to say func check for buttons. We'll just do a quick one for now. I don't think we're going to need anything passed in. So basically what we're going to be doing is input. Where's my, okay. Unhandled input, and we're passing in an input event. So we need to call this, we need to get the input, and then we need to pass in the event, which normally we would be receiving for a signal, but right now we're going to be generating it within the function. So we're going to take this. This is going to be what we actually need to end up with at the end. Okay, update direction, check for buttons. All right, here we go. So that's what we're going to end up doing. We're going to need event. All right, we need a copy of that input event that we're going to use here. And then we're going to copy some of our logic from this. And for right now, I'm probably just going to leave this in as well so that it still continues to work as intended with the keyboard input and with non-Steam connected joypads. Eventually, I'll probably have to find a way of like double checking for all of that to see if there's non-Steam joypads, and then maybe I want to change the way that we do things. But oops, what the heck? Okay. So if current player and event is action pressed switch player, which is, this all should work because we copied the names of the states the same. So actually, I probably could just grab this whole thing. Yeah, let's do that. And all of this should work. We just need to change it to Steam instead. So instead of event dot is action press, we need to do where's my Steam put? Okay, so return currently held. So this will return, this is just a true or false. So all this is a Boolean. So we need to do steam.isActionPressed. All right, so Steam controller input. And we need to pass in the device ID, I believe. Okay. We're gonna get to that here. So Steam. Okay. And then I'm gonna actually go ahead and for both this and for the update directions, I have currently, we're just checking for this, but it's not an elegant way of doing it, and I want to make it better already. So our current player, player 1, controller ID. And that's going to be an int, and that is we're going to do this under ready. So after we initialize state, actually before we initialize state, let's do it right here. Why does it do that? All right. What the heck? Okay. Copy this, paste that, this. We're just going to set it up for 2 players for right now. And that should be doable. All right. So we've got that, and then we're going to come back down, and we're going to use that variable here. This way. There we go. And then we can also do the same thing here. All right. What kind of variable is an event? Input event. But what does it return? Okay, let's go back to our Steam controller input. Turn. Okay. Okay. So it's just a different methodology. So we're checking to see if that happened. So if the action is pressed and the current player, so then yeah. I think that we won't even need this really. So let's see if that works, I guess. This should allow us to switch players. Oh. Out of bounds. What? On base array. Oh. Where did I do that? Did I do it up here? My bad. Nope. Out of bounds. Get index 0. I guess I need to wait. Hmm. Okay, so I need to come back up to my game manager, and there should be this one. On Steam setup complete, and we're going to need to connect that. Okay, connect. So we'll need to add this in here. Okay. So then okay, we need to do on Steam setup complete. We'll need to set those variables at that time. I guess. We'll see if that works. Well, now I'm getting that same issue that we were getting before with the move code. How did I fix that one? Let's see. No, it was in player. Oh, right. I remember. Okay, we have to actually update. This is the other thing we have to update with the correct names. So these need to match the ones here, which I'm just gonna actually. Okay. So now, okay, we've got. Didn't even notice that. Move left. Man, more of these. This is why I need to just stick to one convention. I don't know why it's so difficult for me to do that. I really don't. I'm always like, oh, this is a different kind of thing, so I should do it differently. Select and cancel. Okay. So here we've got menu up, menu down, menu left, menu right. I don't know why I'm retyping the whole thing. It seems faster. Hello. Okay. And then this we change to menu return. And then we change these to just be switch player. Player action. Pause. Okay. So I don't know how important this is, but let's keep it consistent with the other file. Then we got move left, move right, move up, move down, menu up, menu down, menu left, menu right, select, cancel, and then return. Doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, now we should be good. So let's try this again. Nope, still doesn't like it. Get digital action. Device actions action dot state. Hmm. Okay. Oh, switch active player. Okay. We're getting there. Is that actually what it is, though? Yeah, it's switch active player. That's what it should be. All right. We're going to update this the other way. Keep that the same. Steam controller input, switch active player. And then back here, we will switch active player. Okay. That should be everywhere. Okay, let's try this one more time. There we go. But I still get a debug. What's local event? Oh, yeah. See, I don't even think I need this now. We're going to find out. All right. Everything broke. Okay, why did it break? Controllers array. Oh. There is no... Let's see if that makes a difference. It shouldn't, but, you know. Multiplayer active. Okay. Alright, so everything is still broken. Okay. So the question now is why? Okay. So if I remove this from my process function, no, that still doesn't work. Okay, so that's not our issue. So it must be this variable. Why would the variable not work? Okay, let's try this. Instead of just updating things here, let's do this in process. That way, if things change, like if new controllers are connected, the first controller will always be player 1. Could be interesting. Let's see how that works. Hey, we're back. All right. Well, it did stop working when I pushed the button. Okay, right. I know why. Okay. Okay. So, check for buttons. If current player and then velocity equals 0, player sprite pause, current player equals false. And if not current player, then current player equals true. So this should still work since the button is working. Oh, but I don't have the second player, the upper player. Update direction. Okay, so yeah, all of that should still be working. So it must be something to do with the state machine. So let's just leave this in here, but not pass in the handle input. What is an input event? Let's see. Properties, int device. Is action just pressed? Is action pressed? Okay, so it returns true or false. So we're already doing that. Okay, I'm going to redo some of this. Okay, so instead we're going to have the var event. We're not going to make it input event. We're going to make it a bool. Or actually, can we make this? How do I make my own custom? Okay, so return input event. He does it in here. Return. Hmm. Using input event. Gosh darn it. I always click that by mistake. Okay. What are we trying to accomplish here? What does it say? It's not working. Hmm. I'm not sure what happened. One moment. I gotta restart my streamer bot. It crashed or something. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're back up. Okay, so I don't know what I'm trying to exactly achieve here. Okay, we need, right now we are passing the input event to the change state function, which is the onboard handle input. And that is really only going to be doing it for this. If there is no state, this will work in all states basically to switch players. So I guess what I really need is, instead of taking in a handle input as an event, I would need to take it in as maybe as a Boolean. Can I make this equals null and have a second one? Is Steam input if no, is Steam input, then not elif if. Okay. I don't know if I even need that, but it seems like something is breaking it. So now let's go into each of the states and see what's going on there. Enter handle input. Okay. I went silent there for a moment. Sorry, I was focusing. Okay, we're back. And feeling like we're making some progress here. Okay. Function. Whoops. One more here. If event is player action, so this is where we will need this. All right, we're going to make this an elif. We're going to make this a if is Steam input. We're going to have to add something else to this, I think. If it is Steam input, yeah, I'm definitely going to have to add something else to this. So if it is Steam input, we're going to need to be able to pass in also what the event is, I guess. Does that make sense? Hmm. Boy, I'm a little stumped. Okay. If event. I think I'm doing this all messed up. Like, I kind of wish I could just undo everything I just did. Okay. Change state. All right, let me undo. Why do I need to pass the event? How do I make my own event? That would be the easier way to go about this. Okay, hold on. Let me go through here. Okay. Save all that. All right, so we have this supposed to be passing the event. And the event that comes in is a type input event. So let's make our own. Input event. Let's comment this in. All right. And How do I make an input event? I don't understand. Let's see. Okay. Abstract base class for all types of events. See node underscore input. Okay. We need to be able to make our own event, I believe. And I could be going about this in a really silly way, but node.input function. Let's go back. I don't really know how to go about this. Okay. So when we're not doing an unhandled input. Boy. Okay. So I need to go back to kind of what I was doing, but I think I need to implement it better. So we need to do a vector2. No, we need to do an object. How do objects? Our dictionary? Hmm. Okay. So I can call input. So let's go back to having this be an input event. And then this would be input. And this would then just match. Okay, yeah, I think this will work. Switch. I might actually be able to. Ooh. Active player. Let me see if this works. If this works, this might be a much better way of going about the whole deal. But is string. How do you input event? Okay. node.input function. But it is called as a string. I need an example. I need to see an example here. Using input event. Boo doo 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 doo. Every input is originated from the player. But yeah, but how do you do it programmatically? Function. If the function consumes the event, second. So node input. All right. Event, input event. What is an input event? Object. All right. I need to see what this looks like. I guess because I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Check for buttons. All right. We need to. Well, at least it worked once, so. Up an unhandled input. So print event. All right. Whoops. I do have to fix that. Get buttons. Why does this keep breaking everything? Okay. Yeah, see, now it's working. I need to figure out the timing on that. New game button press, but it doesn't actually register when I'm pressing the button. I mean, it does because it does something, but it's not. Okay, so that must not be happening in unhandled input. So let's let's eliminate our. Oh, sorry, guys. Okay. Unhandled input is basically not happening at all. So let's just comment all that out. I just need to see what an input event actually looks like. I don't understand the input actions. Input action new. Aha. Oh, okay. I think I got it. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So when we come down to check for buttons, we need this. We need to do event dot action equals, and this is actually input action event input actions. Okay. Anatomy of an input event. Input event is a base built-in type. It does not represent anything and only contains some basic information such as event ID, device index, etc. There are several specified types of input event. See the below. So input, yes, generated by the programmer. This is what I need. Okay, input event actions is what I need. Input event action. Okay. Dot new. Okay, and then I would want to do var event input dot action equals input dot action input event action dot new. Okay, there we go. And then input dot action equals and what I think I'm going to end up having to do is to move this into my Steam controller code instead of doing it here, but I just want to see if it works first before I go messing with that. Event action. Nope. So when I'm doing it up here, if, yeah, so I need it on both. Event is action pressed. past the event. So we actually need to just do this. I might need to even do this inside. Let's do it like this. All right, let's see what that does. Okay, so it still breaks. So why is it breaking? Okay, so when we're pushing the button, all of this is still commented out, correct? Yeah. Let me even no. Leave that. If there's anything unhandled, we still want to update the state. Okay. So okay. Check for buttons. So we're making a new event. We're checking for Steam input. If there is a Steam input and it matches this one, then right, I need an else here. Else change state, current state. I believe, because that's what we want to do. Yeah, change state. Okay. Oh, I'm going to be so excited when this works eventually. All right, so it stops. Let's see if it's actually running though. All right, script. Let's do a print. Print. Player state. So then we've got the player walking. Okay. Handle input if. All right, let's go start with idle. Okay, handle input. So we're going to say handle input if event is action pressed, player action. If upper player, player drop crepe. Right. So that's for a player action. Okay. We'll worry about that one in a minute. Let's get them moving first. Okay, so then we've got process. If player dot climb direction and player on ladder, return climbing. Otherwise, if there's walk direction, return walking, return next state. And then physics process, velocity equals 0 because we're in idle. Okay. And then we're walking. So all of the getting the player direction is happening in the player base script. So let's go back to that one real quick here. So the walk direction, we're updating this and we're calling this every frame. So we're getting our move input in the X, we're getting our move input in the Y. We're assigning those to walk and climb directions respectively. We're getting our walk direction 0 or greater than 0. We're flipping our sprite. And then after we call that, we do, where's our process? Oh boy. Okay, so process. So we're updating direction every frame, and then we're going to also check for buttons every frame. And then we're going to change state into the process function for each delta. So I don't know why this wouldn't be working. If upper player, where are we checking for active player? Or current, did we call it? I think we called it current. Current player. Okay, yeah. If current player. Physics process. If current player. Change state. Mhm. If you are the current player and the input is and the switch controller thing is pressed, 0 the velocity, pause the animation. You are no longer the current player, and then the event is assigned. Otherwise, if you are currently not the current player and that button is pressed, okay, so I think maybe one thing we need to do is check here if, let's do this once. That might be our problem. Because I think it's taking one tick too long, basically. So if Steam controller input.action is pressed, then we'll do this var event. Get rid of these. Get rid of that. We don't need this. I don't know what just happened. Okay, we're good. All right, so that'll happen first. And event. Okay. Feel like that will work better. And, oh yeah, and this we can change to just event. And this is why ultimately it'll be better to get to add this into the Steam controller code, I think. And I probably should just go ahead and do that so we don't have to repeat all this stuff. But I just want to see it working once before I get into that. All right, so let's try it out. Oh, come on. Whoops. Okay. Let's print that this is happening here. Event detected. Input action. Action equals. All right. So. Okay. So it is getting it. Well, heck. If that's going to work. Hold on a second. Let me do something crazy. Let's get rid of all of that. And then. Oy. Okay. Let's see here. So in essence, this should be sending an event. So then we should just be able to do input dot parse event and event. Then we should be able to just come up here and put everything back the way it was. And well, it's not totally breaking. Whoa. All right. So I need to like put in a pause of some kind because it's basically just happening too fast. But hey. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that is rad. Okay. So that totally works. That is so easy. Okay. So now what we can do, get rid of all of that. We don't need any of that. And let's come back into our Steam controller input because I think we can implement this in a more direct way. We need to add a little delay so that it's not just, it gives you a little time before it starts looking for input again. Action. Oh yeah, what we need is just pressed. All right, let's try that again. Oh, yes. Okay. Now we're almost there. We're getting so much closer. Okay. Okay. This is exciting. All right. So we need to get. All right. Steam controller. So in the Steam controller input is just pressed. Okay. This is exciting. Action string name. So what we can do. Okay, so the idea here would be that we need to make sure that our action names match our input mappings exactly. But as long as they do, what we should be able to do here is before it returns, we should be able to take basically this code from our player script here. This part. And we should be able to take this in and paste it in here. And we're going to have to do this for some of the other ones too, but we're going to start with this one. And we're going to need this other part as well. This part. Okay. So that's looking good. And then we're going to need reopen. Okay. And then we're going to need we should probably put this after. There we go. Okay. Now we just need to event action equals, and then we just need action. And then event pressed equals true. Okay. So in what the idea here is that every time we put in an action, it'll actually just send it to our already existing mappings. So we really shouldn't have to change anything. Probably could have done this for the other frame, for the other thing as well. And eventually maybe I'll work this into some sort of, I don't know, plugin or something. That would be cool to learn. But not right now. Now I got to get this game done. So ideally, we'll just need this line. Well, let's actually see if this works. Okay, let's test this first. Because at this point, it should just be check for, well, actually, it should just be that. And let's just do a pass. Let's see if this does anything that I think it's going to do. All right, yeah, it does not do anything. So we need a way of calling Steam controller input. So let's just see. Okay. And then we basically just want to copy this for each of our actions that we want. So we probably want to do pause for the first one. What are our action states? Let's look at those. All right. Pause, player action, switch active player. So I'm going to say let's do them in this order. Pause, switch active player, and then player action. All right. We've already got the move working. We got this working. Really, that's kind of it. What the heck? What the heck? Okay. Where is my just pressed? Aha, yes. So we want to put this all. Our event. Device action. All right, if got handles. I feel like that should have worked already, but we're going to see what happens. Yeah, it's pausing immediately. Why is it pausing immediately? Okay, let's see what happens if we just... Let's get that one out of there. Yeah, it's like constantly doing action, 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 action. Okay, why is that happening? Okay, so because check for buttons is being called each time, and we're calling the input. Rather than if Okay, let's undo some of this. We don't need that check, of course. All right. Event detected. I don't know why it just keeps doing that every time. Is action just pressed? If not, got handles. Okay, so what is got handles? Got handles. Got handles. Check if we've gotten handles yet. All right, so that's actually not what we need. All right, so we need to figure out how to. All right, let's see. If the action was just pressed and presses, so we can use steam.getDigitalActionData to check if the. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to. Okay, so we only want to run this stuff here if currently held. And then we should be able to put this back in service. Hey, we're back. So, and then I need to add some sort of timeout signal. Oh, I didn't even check the other ones. I got so excited. Oh. Okay, pause is working. I have not actually set up a return for the controller yet. That's our next task, is to work on the UI a little bit. Whoa! Quick dump. Oh, Gark got them all. Oh my goodness. All right, well, let's see if the button works while we're here. Really got to add that timeout. That's a hilarious effect. Ah! Yeah, and it's detect. Oh, gosh, dang it. All right, well. Okay. That's hilarious. Okay, let's add that delay. Oh my goodness. But the nice thing now is that all we have to do is create a check for each input that we want in our check for buttons. And then the Steam controller script that we have here is going to handle the rest for us. And what was the other thing? Okay, wait a second. We need. I think I might have misunderstood. Return currently held. And action state press frame is the current frame. Conversely, I could leave this as it was and do this in my, which might be a better way to go, but I could have it just return instead of just returning true. Return. Yeah, I think it's better to do it here. Okay, we're just going to do it the way we're doing it now. And we'll see if there are any issues with it. We'll fix it later. If currently held and action state equals right now. And action state this. That's it. Okay. So only there. Okay, I think that was why we were getting that weird behavior. Yep. I don't actually need to add a delay. That was already thought of by our friend Ferd, the developer, who has created a pretty awesome tutorial walkthrough sample project thing for this because there's no official documentation yet. All right, so we're kind of back to it working the way that it did. Oh my gosh! Rad. Oh my god, this is cool. And I'm doing it with the Steam controller, so that all works. And I don't have to remap everything. Now, I don't know if this would be the way to do it if you had not already set up onboard inputs, but I'm kind of feeling like it is, because the nice thing would then be that your Steam controller will work or a joypad would work even if there is no Steam. And in fact, I'm going to test that out right now by disconnecting Steam. But before I do that, I actually have to change one other thing, which is we need to get to the move player. Okay, so where is my move code? Change directions, update direction. Okay. So, yeah, and these are just returning floats, I believe. Float. Correct. Go ahead and type those. Oh, wait. No, we don't want that. What am I doing? I already did that. I'm silly. Okay. So this is also a float. Yep. Okay. So in the Steam controller dot, in the Steam controller input dot get move input. Ooh, this is gonna get tricky though. If walked or if if walk direction equals 0, then why do I keep doing that? Keep adding an extra indent. Shift tab. So we want to do the same thing for climb direction. Okay. So that's looking good. And then let's make sure that didn't break everything. Shouldn't. No! Oh, he got it. Okay. Sorry, I always get distracted. Okay. So now let's disconnect Steam. Let's reconnect our controllers. This may give us a debugger error or something. And we're gonna have to do something with that player 2 thing because right now it's requiring that. But let's just see what happens. Oh, it's still detecting Steam. Yeah, it's still detecting Steam for sure. Oh, it's because Steam is still running. Okay, exit Steam. All right. Out of bounds. Yeah. So this obviously isn't going to work. Global variables dot controllers dot array. All right, we need to oops. I don't know. Am I overthinking this, do you think? Maybe we don't need to worry about it not working with outside of Steam because we're not really planning to release it outside of Steam, right? And so if I go back to the player script, and I guess I'll have to restart Steam real quick. I guess that makes sense. Sure, it would make my life a lot easier because then we just have to do some checks here for how many controllers are connected and get a length of the array and such and check for multiplayer and all that, which I can figure out. But okay, we're back there. Okay. Why isn't that working now? Oh, right, because I I changed that other piece of code in the process. Okay. So player 1 controller ID. Player 2 controller ID. So we really only need to be, we don't need to be checking this every frame, certainly. We should really only need to check this once. Probably when player previous states. Boy, we got some questions to answer. So first of all, I should make a note or something. Okay. Okay. What? Let's make the text a lot bigger. So here's our questions. What should the game do when you are in multiplayer and lose a controller? That's one question. Now, another question is, if more than 2 controllers are connected, how should we decide which is which? And that, I'm kind of thinking a player selector of some style, or we could just auto assign the first one to, but like, yeah, like player selector, like upper or lower. Or Gark? Question mark? Maybe. Okay. And then we need to, and then we, so let me move that one up so I don't get, so it makes more sense. Okay. So when we're starting the game, if we need to check for how many controllers there are, and then once the game mode is set, so we need to this isn't really a question, more robust game mode set and check during initial menu load. Okay. So that's that. And then, okay, so once we have that in place, then we want to decide how, if there are, even if there are two more than, I mean, if there are 2 or more, if 2 or more controllers are connected, how should we decide which is which? I'm thinking a player selector. I don't know if Odd's watching, but I'd love your thoughts on that later on. Or anybody. If there's any other coders in the mix that are curious about this. Now, the other thing is, what should the game do when you're in multiplayer and lose a controller? Like, so the options here would be pause until there are 2 again, and with the option for to quit to main menu. Seems like kind of a good one. Player selector would be like a way for it to say set the for controller 1, if this is controller 1, right? That this controller is gonna, yeah, basically, exactly. So if somebody just like has 4 controllers that are constantly plugged in, right, or something, um, yeah, okay, cool. So like when you go to start the game, if there are multiple if you select multiplayer and multiple controllers are selected, you get a player selector. So that's why we first need to do a robust game mode check during the initial menu. And then if single is selected, if single player selected, then just play as is. But if multiplayer, whoops. All right. If 2 or more controllers are connected, how should we decide? So we'll do a player selector. I also like that. I think that's good. And then if you're in the game and you are playing multiplayer and somebody's controller gets disconnected for whatever reason, especially since we're doing the like remote play thing, I'm thinking pause until there are 2 controllers again, or the remaining player can leave the game and return to the main menu. And then maybe have some sort of timeout if in multiplayer that will eventually return to main menu. Okay. Just trying to cover some of those logistic bases. Okay. And then what else do we need to do? The basic gameplay now is working. Oh, I need to okay, so yeah, what other decisions do we need to make? We need to do game mode. We have to figure out the scoring mechanism. Etc. We've got to set up some achievements. I want to. Oh, I still have coffee. We want to add more sound effects. I want to add. What am I talking about? Tween animations for crepe pickup. Crate full, gark eating, etc. Okay. Those things. Okay, and maybe add a gark playable mode. Okay. And then yeah, so also what I was kind of thinking was that for the like whether you pick single player or multiplayer, you can select any, like maybe do the level selector and you can pick from play a single level of any of the levels that you've already unlocked, or you can play all of them. And then the same for the multiplayer. You can pick levels one at a time and just replay them and whatever, or you can play through the whole thing with your friend. So that's something I'm thinking about as well. But really, this is a huge amount of progress. I'm very, very excited, very proud of myself. Now, I don't care who knows it. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. I'm going to just go ahead and turn on some nice little game music here. I don't think you can hear it. Audio capture. That's probably super loud. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know if that's even audible. Whoops. Of course, I did not add it to the right one. There. Okay, I'll be right back. I forgot to unmute my mic. Thank you. Thanks, Odd. Good looking out. Okay, but we've got the we've got the code added to process the actions into the other button presses. And now the only other thing we need to do is so now we need to we've got to do the menu. So menu down, menu up. Yeah, this is where it's going to get a little tricky again. Menu up, menu down. All right, let's try this one more time here. Just make sure everything's still working as we expect. And this is working. Yep. Keyboard still works, which is excellent. All right. Main menu. Okay. So that's working. We need to add, okay, right. First, we need to add our check for multiplayer. So where are we doing that here? Ooh, this is where we're going to get into some logistics. Okay, so let's come back to our note here. So on the menu, right now we have the new game, which should be single player. We need to change new game to be single player and then multiplayer. Yeah, let's do that first. Okay. So we're going to come to our main menu, which we're already here. We're going to come to our new game button. And I'm probably just going to get rid of this continue button for now. I don't think we need it because we've kind of changed the way the game is structured, so we don't need that anymore. So instead of new game, we're going to say single player. Is single player one word or two words? Is single player one or two words? Let's do it like that. That's just a. It's just a preference thing, I guess. And we'll change this to single player button. Let's make sure our thing is working. On new game button pressed. Let's come to here. Whoops. Haha, I misspelled. That would have been annoying. Get rid of this. Disconnect that. And connect. There we go. Okay, we can get rid of this. Okay. So there we go. And we'll say on new game. Okay. So we'll set the variable first, then we'll say new game emit. We're going to have to go to our global signals, and we're going to have to come to where it says new game. New single player game. And we're going to change our continue game to new multiplayer game. Okay. We'll come back to our main menu code, and we're going to say new single player game, and this will be new multiplayer game. Okay. That should take care of that side of things, and just make sure that looks good. Okay, and then let's come back to our game manager. Scene, open scene. Oh, game manager. Okay. And if we look in our script there, we've got okay. So we've got okay, we know what our mode is. Okay, so we need to find our script or our signal handler for on new game. And actually, I'm going to come back to our global signals. I'm just going to have it be on new game after all. And we're going to go back to our main menu script. And we're just going to have it be new game either way. But it will set the variable here. And let's actually just have it do that for single player as well, just as like a secondary check. All right. Perfect. Okay. And then when we come back to our game manager, on new game, we will check the game mode if global variables dot game mode we'll add these in. I'll make this multiplayer. Okay. We'll just add a pass for right now. Okay. So I'll need to do something. Probably in the player script. Yeah. So we'll probably need this as well for mapping the inputs differently. So for multiplayer, okay, well before we get to that actually, we need to figure out our check for controllers, but that's good that we have that infrastructure in place. So what we need to do now is we need to come in here during the ready. I'm going to get rid of some of this. Some of this extra stuff here. Okay. We don't need any of this stuff either. Okay. And I really need to add some comments to all of this, but okay. And we don't need any of this at all. Okay. There we go. That's feeling a lot better. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to do a check. I know we're already checking for multiplayer available. On multiplayer available changed. Okay. Now we need to do this in the player script. So right now we're just checking the length of the array. So are we doing that in the Steam controller input? Yeah. No. Okay. One moment. Where did I do that? How did I call it? Steam controller. Okay, so controller ID. Okay, so yeah. So on Steam setup complete. We first assign them. So we need to, instead of doing just a 0 or 1, we need to first check the length of the array. If global variables dot controllers array dot size is greater than 1. So for right now, we'll just have it auto select 0 and 1. We're going to add that selector down the road in just a bit, but right now I'll have to make a whole UI for that, so that's going to take a little more doing. But right now we just don't want it to error out. So we'll do this. And then we need to do multiplayer available. So we run multiplayer check. Okay, so then we need to run so when we change it to false, we will also need to change the mode to single player, but only if they don't reconnect. So we'll do this here. Okay. So if we're in multiplayer and we then lose a controller, before we send the signals, we're going to say display some UI pause UI that says controller p blank lost and wait for reconnection. Okay. And then if quit button is pressed, I don't always type quite. That's not even something I'm doing as a joke. I literally just type it every time. If the quiet button is pressed, then revert to single player and quit to main menu. All right. And then if the and then also if the controller reconnects, then allow resume game option. Okay. So that is good in case somebody's controller dies or something during the game. It'll pause automatically, and then yeah, okay. So to implement that, um, controller array. So yeah, I think that should be good. Um, so first we would need if global variables dot current game mode equals global variables dot game mode dot multiplayer, and then we need to display the pause. So I guess we would have to make the menu for controller lost. Okay. Boy. Sometimes I question the order I do things because I'm like, we should actually have it working with two controllers before I do all this. So let's just pass. And this is what we need to do. Okay. So let's work on the fun part. Let's get the second player controller working. So we're going to need a couple more variables. Okay, export var. We're going to need a, oh no, we don't need multiplayer enable. We have the game mode already selected. So let's just make a local variable for this. Okay, so at on ready var game mode equals int, and we're going to do global variables dot current game mode. Okay. And then we're also going to do this part of the code whenever the game mode changes. Where's my signal? I don't have one. Okay, so we'll do that. And then whenever there is a game mode change, that was in the menu. All right. Okay. That way it'll run that every time that somebody presses the mode, which isn't that often, so it's a good time to check things and make sure everything is working correctly. So then when we come back to the player script, we're going to have on game mode changed. And that will be a void. And we'll just pass for now. And actually, we're not going to pass for now. Okay. And then we'll need to connect that. And we'll come back up to our top. And we're going to say there we go. Okay. Perfect. So now, whenever the game mode changes, it will change and update in the player script so that we'll know how to handle the different input schema, let's call it. And then we need to actually implement the code for handling the two different controllers. So right now, when it's in single player, if current player. Okay, so what is the best way to do this? All right, we've got our Steam controller input. When it's getting the move input, it's returning the vector 2. So this gets the move input from a specific device. And as does this. Okay, so the Steam controller input's already set up the way we need. That's perfect. That's wonderful. So what we're going to do here then is when we're getting our move input, which I'm doing under update direction, instead of just taking P1 controller, we're going to do a check here. We're going to say if game mode equals global variables dot game mode dot single player, then all of this stuff here. All right. And then elif game mode equals global variables dot game mode dot single or dot multiplayer, we're going to do all the same stuff, but we need to pass in the correct ID for each player. So if we're doing multiplayer, we're going to do all of the same things, but we're going to do them with the player 2 controller ID, which will be the second one on the list. All right. Whoop. What happened? Okay. Here we go. Okay. And then assignment is not allowed, right? Duh. Okay. So basically, if it's single player, we're only going to do this one. If it's multiplayer, we're going to also do this one, which will take the player 2 input and also assign it. So now we have to just figure out how to assign it so that only the upper player, whichever is the current player, is the current single player, and then we only assign it to the single player instead. Okay. So let's just make sure this is working as expected. It is not. Does the single player work as expected? It also does not. Okay. Why not? I really should have pushed my changes. All right. Multiplayer check. All right. Let's try this again. Yeah, it's not getting any input now. Okay, why is that the case? What did we change? Oh, right. On next level. Oh, those were just past statements. It's got to be something simple. Unhandled input. If game mode and game mode equals and game mode. Let's see if we're even getting that. No. Okay, we're not even getting that. So on game mode changed is not being is not being loaded. On game mode changed. Game mode change.connect. It is a signal, so it's valid. All right, let's come back down here. Game mode equals. So it must be in my game manager then. Let's go back to the game manager where we are emitting that signal. Oh, yes. No, actually, it's in my main menu. That's right. That's right. Okay, let's come back to the main menu. Game mode changed dot emit. Game mode changed dot emit. So single player button pressed. Okay, it does call it the first time. Game mode 0. So let's get rid of some of these extra print statements that we don't need anymore. On new game called, we can get rid of that one. We'll keep that one. We'll keep pauses. Loading level, loaded level. That's good. Don't need that one anymore. New level ID. That's one. That's good. All right. So single player pressed. Where's that pause menu visibility changed? We don't need that one anymore. Loading level. Okay. So let's save this. Let's reload. Single player button pressed. And nothing. Okay. So the input's not coming through. So single player button is pressed. Didn't really change anything though. That's why it's confusing. Let's see. All right, process, update directions, check for buttons. Yep, that's all good. Okay, so let's go into update directions. If game mode let's just do the current game mode. No, because I have to do that every frame. So yeah, that's not a good idea. Game mode. Okay, so if game mode is single player, walk direction, etc., etc. Oh, right. Where am I checking the variables for the controller array? wonder it's not working. Okay, player. Player 1 controller ID. P1 equals global variables dot controller array 0. That's our problem. We'll go ahead and run this check here as well. And then we probably also need to run it with a signal handler for game mode changed, Steam setup complete. So let's add another signal handler for game mode changed. No. What was the name of that signal? Device. I'll have to come back. Okay, where am I? I'm in the game. No, I'm in the player. Okay, so I need to go to game manager, and it was input device connected. Okay, so I'll actually need both of these. And we'll put these in the player script. Right here. Okay, and then we'll have to actually make this function. Elif. So I should probably actually make a function to do all of this handling here. So let's come back up here and let's do func set controller IDs. And then we're going to take all of this code. We'll do set controller IDs. We'll do set controller IDs. All right. here we will paste this in, this, elif, global. All right. G global is one. Then and else. Okay. That should cover us. All right, and then we just need to do that, set controller IDs, and there's one other place we were doing it. P1 controller ID. I guess that's it. Oh, nope, here. All right, perfect. All right. So, let's see. All right, on devices. On input devices change, so we actually need to make a global signal. Input devices changed. Okay, and then we need to do one more thing, which is in the game manager. We're going to need to actually set our, we're going to have to call that signal, rather. So whenever we get the input connected or disconnected, all right, there we go. Somehow this one got added as the primary. I wonder if there's a way to check for that, but close this. Let's disconnect this. Let's restart the game. And that works. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. All right. And so that works perfect. And then let's disconnect this controller. Let's try with only this controller. Same. All right. And now we'll reconnect. Quit. Now we got both controllers. Multiplayer shows active. And yeah, it's weird. The second one becomes the primary, which is odd. Okay, let's take a look at that. So I think it's because of this way I'm doing it right now, which is, all right, if game mode is multiplayer, right, okay. So actually, this should be happening regardless for the first player. I think. I'm just going to comment this out for now, and we'll tab this over. Yes, I know. Let's see what happens now. All right, player 1, nothing. Player 2, for some reason, still works, but it does not register the buttons because that's only happening for player 1. Very odd. And then, oh, whoa, that's weird. Okay. Okay, so this is overriding, basically, is what's happening. So, all right, let's undo. Let's put it back the way it was. Okay, so if it's single player, we just want the player 1. And that is working. If it's multiplayer, we need to do both. So then we need okay, I know what we need. We need player 2. Oh man, yeah, this is where it's going to get really heady. Okay, but this is the fun part. So we already are checking for is up or is lower. So we just need a way of checking for we already know which game mode, so we need a var is P1. Is P1 or is P2? I feel like I should do it as P2 because then I can default it to false. All right. Bool. Okay, there we go. All right, let's update our info here because now we're into the fun stuff. Edit stream info. Okay. Okay. Now, what are we doing? Okay. So we've got a check for player one. So we have a Boolean for is P2. All right. So this is going to happen regardless. So we don't need this check. All right. Okay. Okay. Now, if the game mode is multiplayer, then we're going to also have to do a P2 walk direction and a P2 climb direction, which we won't always need. So let's create those. P2 walk direction float equals 0 and var P2 climb float equals 0. Okay. All right, so when we're in multiplayer, and let's close this. When we're in multiplayer, we're going to we also, so we're already doing this thing, the player one stuff. So if the game mode is, so then P2 walk direction equals that, and if P2 walk direction, P2 walk direction, P2 climb direction, P2. And not is P2. Whoops. And not is, whoop, not is P2. All right. So, and then we just need to repeat those. guess that. No, actually, what we want is or P2 walk direction is less than 0. That's actually what we want, because we do want this to work. Or P2 walk direction is less than 0. Greater than 0. All right. So that should work for that portion. All right. But now we have this player 2 climb direction, player 2 walk direction, and it's only happening if it's multiplayer. So then we need to come into our state machine, and we'll start with, I guess, player climbing, because it's first. And all of this is going to remain the same, other than we're going to take all of this okay. So we actually don't need to do player.walk direction. So actually, yeah, we need to do if not player on ladder and not player dot is P2 if not player on ladder and player is P2 if player dot P2 walk direction return walking if return idle. Okay, that's good. Nice, nice. Okay. And then we also are going to need to, if player is on ladder, so we basically just need to copy all of this as well and make a duplicate version for if player on ladder and not is P2 and not player dot is P2. If player dot is on ladder player dot on ladder and not or no and is player 2 then we need player dot velocity dot y equals player dot P2 climb direction times player dot player climb speed, and then player dot velocity dot x equals player dot P2 walk direction times player dot player walk speed. Oh no, climb speed. We're doing climb speed. Okay. Otherwise, turn it off. And then if not player dot velocity. Yep, that should all still work. Return next state. Okay, that all should be working. It's not really a good way to test it yet, so we'll have to keep going boldly forward. I think this should work. We gotta get through the. We gotta get through this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. If player dot current player. I'm really thankful for the way we started setting this up because it's a lot easier to make this ridiculously large change now. Even though it's so slightly confusing, this is like so much better than it could have been. I would have probably had to rewrite everything if we hadn't done it this way. If not, player on ladder. Hold on, let me go back up here. If not on ladder and not player 2. If not on ladder and you are player 2. If you're on ladder and not player 2. If you're on ladder and you are player 2. So this one I probably don't actually need. Okay, so if not on ladder and not. If statement, not an is statement. Okay. I really don't know if this is going to work. I think it will. I really do. I really think it will. Oh, but it's going to be tricky. Okay. If player is on ladder. Okay. That should work. Okay, now idle. Idle should be relatively easy. If player dot climb direction and player dot is on ladder. Return climbing. If player walk direction or player to walk direction. Return walking. Return next state. State. All right, walking. This will be the hardest one, probably. But it's the last one, so that's kind of cool. All right. All right, if similar to the others, we're going to do if player is on ladder. I don't like to use more than 2 conditionals in a line, so that's why I'm rewriting some of this. Oh, there we go. If player dot walk direction equals 0, or player dot p2 walk direction equals 0, return idle. And then player dot velocity x equals player dot walk direction. So this is where we need to say if not player dot is p2, do this, and then elif or else player dot velocity dot x equals player dot p2 walk direction times player dot walk speed. All right, return next state. All right, in theory, when we boot up the game, that should work. No debugger errors. All right, well, I mean, I'm not moving, but okay, right. Okay, I think this is gonna work, you guys. I really think this is gonna work. This is about to work. So I just need to set now when it's multiplayer. So when it's multiplayer, both players need to be the current player, I believe. Maybe that's where it's going to get a little tricky. Okay, hold on. Let's find in this current. All right. if current, right. Okay. So this is on the unhandled input. So there's only a few things we need to do here. Okay, so if current player and event action pressed. So this is if game mode equals global variables dot game mode dot single player. It's doing interesting things. That both inputs are definitely being recognized, 100% for sure. So, but it's still acting a little funky. So let's keep going. Control-Shift-F. Let's look for other instances. It's got to be this current player, is my thought. Switch. All right. What happens if I just delete this and put it like this? All right. And let's make sure that didn't break anything else. Yeah, it definitely did. Okay, that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Okay. So that should fix it for. I think that'll fix it for the single player. No. Too many calls. Okay, that's okay. All right, and then we need to LF game mode equals multiplayer, and we don't need this check now. Okay. But we need to find where this issue is with the current player. If current player and crepe count. if you're the upper player. Okay. I think I'm going to have to just copy this whole thing. I might have to use the restroom real quick. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right. Making sure I remember not to forget to unmute my mic this time. Odd made me realize during that little break that I never actually set is player 2 on either of my players. So when I'm setting the controller IDs, I need to determine is player 2 if is upper what was it? Is it not is upper? Oh, just upper player. If upper player P2 is P2 equals true. I don't know if that's the best place to do it, but that's where I'm doing it right now. I suppose I should probably do it on game mode change. That would actually be a way better place to do it. All right. After setting controller IDs, if game mode equals global variables dot game mode dot multiplayer, if upper player, you are player 2. Else is P2 equals false. All right. And then I will add the script to, or the code to actually change from player 1 to player 2, even in multiplayer, if both players are pressing the change player button. I think that would be cool. But that is sort of a more advanced feature and not something I'm super worried about right this moment. So let's see what happens. Whoops. Just refreshed my stream page instead. Okay. Second player still not controlling anything, and we're still getting a double input. So I wonder why. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because device. So we got the input right here. We'll have to, first thing, check all of these again for, oops. P2, P2, and P2. If, oh yeah, I'm about to make this. If game mode equals single player or instead of and or not is P2. I guess I could probably just do an else there, but that's okay. No, because I want both to happen. So if the game mode is single player or you're just not player 2, get the player 1 controls. Or if the game mode is multiplayer and you are player 2, after you've done that, then go ahead and yeah, so if it's single player, get them regardless. If it's multiplayer, we still need to get it. Oh no, we okay, so we're getting player 1 controls. So to get player 1's inputs, we are going to say if your game mode is single player, go ahead and get them. Or if your game mode is multiplayer and you're not player 2, go ahead and get those. Otherwise, if you are player 2 and your game mode is multiplayer, go ahead and get the player 2 controls. Okay, that should help. We'll see what that behavior ends up being. Oh, I forgot the colon. Simple, simple. Oh, yep. Okay. Okay, that one. All right, it's still like adding both of them together or something. But I think that seemed better. So let's come back one more time to the direction. If game mode is okay, so here's that. If right. So this is where I need to add those other statements. So if game mode is single player or not is P2, then walk direction like so. All right. Oh, come on. All right. Still doing the same thing. Okay. So if the game mode is single player and you're not player 2, then your walk direction is your player 1 control input walk direction equals. Let me actually comment this out as well. I think that might be messing stuff up. That was supposed to be a fallback, but I think since we decided we're only doing Steam controllers now, we're not needing that fallback. Still the same. Okay. So let me undo that then. We'll leave the fallback in place. And then we need to go to our walking. Okay. So if not is player 2. Else player.velocity x equals player 2 walk direction times player walk speed. Yeah, that should be working. Right. Here's where we're breaking down. Okay. If player is on ladder, if player has a climb direction, else if player walk direction equals 0 or player 2 walk direction equals 0, return idle. Okay. And then idle. Yeah, it can't be in the state machine. It's got to be here. It's got to be here. Move and slide. Boy, okay, single player is doing the same thing though. I mean, it still works. But it's like, okay, it's got to be the state machine. So it's not actually, he's just repeatedly saying, okay, we need to turn on the state labels. That's what it is. Okay. Enter. So it's just going repeatedly back and forth to idle. And then the second player doesn't do anything. All right. What did I press on that one? Did I press single player? I pressed multiplayer. Okay. So, but if I go into multiplayer or single player, all right, the switching works. But yeah, it's just not staying in idle. It's back and forth, idle to walking, idle to walking, idle to walking. Okay. So that's our problem. It's the transition between, so it goes into walking. Aha, it's this, it's this, it's this, it's this. Ha 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 ha. All right, I think that should be it. No? Gosh darn it. Can't just be that simple, huh? LF. All right, let's try this. There we go. Okay, still don't have the second input working, but I'm back to normal movement on my main player, so that's good. Game. Let's try single player just to make sure. Switching works. All the buttons work. Whoa. Don't know how I lost an N there. That was crazy. All right, let's try that again just to make sure. Ha! Whew. Okay, so all seems to be working, but now we just don't have the second player working. So let's verify if we can get the second player inputs to register. So I think this is probably the same sort of logical error. If game mode, if game direction, get move input dot y. See, this all should be working. If walk direction is greater than 0. Okay, it's just the confusing logic of multiple nested statements is the problem. All right, and then we need to get rid of the elifs. We need straight ifs for everything. Or no, this one would need an elif. No, I don't know about that. Acknowledged. All right. If is P2 and or no, that's funny. All right. Let's try that. Oops. All right. And then for this one, check for buttons if game mode is single player or you're not player 2, then check player 1 input. If it's multiplayer and you are player 2, check for this one. Oh, this is why it's not working. Okay. If not is P2. All right. Let's try that. Okay, that's working. Oh, come on. Okay. So it's still not getting to this. Game mode is P2. So is it not setting P2? It's got to be that it's not setting P2. Oh yeah, here, it's the same thing. If game mode is single player. Oh, wait. Okay, no, I know what it is. Okay, I need to undo this. All right. And not as P2. And I actually need to do a third check. That's what it is. I got this. This is going to work. Nope. Okay. And then if game mode and is not P2, if all right, not is P2. We'll do the same here. All right. There we are. Oh, I really thought that was going to work. Why isn't that working? Okay. All right, hold on. We got the two controllers. They've got their device IDs. I should have it print which ID is which. Make sure. Control Shift, Control F is P2 equals true. And name. Yeah, see, it's never calling that. Player 2 set, lower player. Why would, what? Oh, right, because I have them switched. Hold on. Lower player. That's so confusing. One moment. I will be right back. Oops. Yeah, I think I need to think through the structure of this more. I'm also going to come take a break. Probably going to end the stream for right now because I've been going for over 4 hours. So yeah, I'm going to take a little break myself, and then we'll see what happens. But yeah, I might be done for the night tonight, but I'll probably stream again this week, I'm sure. So in the meantime, I keep clicking on that silly. Oh, why do I keep doing that? I keep opening a second instance of StreamerBot, and I don't know why I'm doing it. I can't like stop myself from clicking on it. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we made some good progress today, and we've kind of figured out where the issue is, so we know where to start next time. But for right now, I am going to call it, and I'll see you guys next time. I don't have an ending one yet, so that'll be on the docket for next time. But all right.